The man taking the ball from is Luis Severino. He knows those Mets. He played for them in 2024. A lot of jitters, a lot of feelings for him, but hope.
It was going to be a difficult play because of the angle from Muncy. As he plunks Lindor in the back. Here's pitch.
Good morning. ESL final. What, from Raleigh? Raleigh? Doom, 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 doom. Tastes like candy. Wait.
Whenever you pop your blur, whenever you have it, you
Talon versus Spirit. ESL 1 Raleigh, Group A. No, videos. This is 19 hours ago, so this must have been yesterday. God, I'm so clever. Why is there just a picture of a baby? God, I hate advertising. What's Jake up to? What's my boy up to?
In a position like that where you have the Aegis, like I don't entirely blame him.
Like the play as a whole.
I think he's unique, and I
screen, but also right here in the crowd. We're gonna do a recreation into the grand finals of a rock, paper, scissors match. Right here we got Team Paravision. Right here we got Team Tundra. Your names?
Hamad, Paul.
Hamad and Paul, they're gonna be battling out, and then we got the grand finals over there with Flax in just a moment. But right now, get ready, get set, and battle it out.
Futures in, back to
Really have a clean.
Radon dies. So I feel like he never really was able to hit that like peak warrior. It's like track.
But they're not in anymore, so.
I mean, Gunnar, what is a good mid-Medusa game? I actually don't see that easy way for them to.
Yo. Bounty, Medusa, Tiny, Silencer, and Terrorblade. He actually did the Armlet TB?
This Medusa as well, like output some more right-click damage, go a hybrid build. You really feel like this game is not going to end soon. You're not going to be able to roll it over, which is unlikely at this point. Your monkey just did not snowball.
Don almost got gifted a kill by 9 class as they round the corners and run into each other.
He has Shadow Blade now too, so that's another end with the
It takes early time.
been running but works beautifully.
Meta game refinement. How are we all doing today? Where are Mick E, Box Eye, and Bry L?
They're playing pups.
No matter. To celebrate you all reaching quota this month, you have been allocated 1 pizza party.
Oh shit. Am I getting kicked?
What in Ice Frog's name did you just say? Or Mick...
The draft now.
Jakiro is one of the ones that are slipping through depending on what Parivision last ban, and Warlock was another one of their first phase bans that they took out. And then obviously there's still
9 class with a great play.
Next on Terrorblade to stop the Xbox Thunder.
Oh, he's going to go into the base. Soxa, oh, they see him. 9 class ready to pounce. Soxa in the vision of the ward. 9 class, are you going to go for it? He goes in for the Thunder! He just TVs away! What the hell was that? Intimidation factor, right?
Okay.
9 class ready to pounce. Soxa in the vision of the ward. 9 class, are you going to go for it? He goes in for the Thunder! He
just TVs out!
He just TVs away! What the hell was that? Intimidation factor, right? Oh my god, all of that? Just for that?
And the D-Ward immediately, of course.
All of that? Just for that?
And the D-Ward immediately, of course. Soxa with a quick Ghost Scepter.
That was something else. All right, that is why you need the Dagon, you see.
Fair play to Soxa, though. That was a very quick reaction. If he doesn't immediately get off the locket, you might not be looking at your hero there.
Oh, now they go higher. Now they know that Armlet has been purchased by the Terrorblade. You can take full advantage of that. The wall. Will-O-Wisp as well, but the box is going to keep Satanic alive. 33 trying to reset, but doesn't have the wall at his disposal anymore, as the Torrent's going to clip no one on the sideline. And Roche, we don't know the timer quite yet. It looks like a longer one, actually. This might actually break things up. And this will give Tundra time to digest what the fuck they're watching with this Armlet.
So, Paravision won, eh? They're a good team. I like Paravision. They're a good team. Wow. It was weird because no one, of course, was the guy that won the back-to-back. It was Mercedes, right? And everyone was like, what are the Mercedes doing now? Like, where do you have them? And then he seems to have been around for absolutely forever. Like, I can't remember him not being on the Dota scene. And he's not like a support player, right? Dude's a beast, man. It's just crazy. Yeah, so he was on Vega back in 2014. So how crazy is this? He's only 27. This is our new big name, Carlos Alexio. And also, we signed a goalie. I thought I could just get through a season with this old lad, Alan Leth. Now, Lethy was great. All right? He came in for 5 million quid. He kept 19 clean sheets. Well done, Lethy. I was hoping Otero would be ready. 21, not there yet. He's an exciting young prospect, but he's not there yet. So I had to dip into the market and buy a lad, and I bought Hual Misijan, a Dutch goalie who seems fine. And I want to give Fabrizio Otero as much chance to play as I can. Who else? Oh, and partway through last season, we signed Gultekin Demir, an Austrian lad, who is a very good defender. And we play him at left back, Ahmad Hazar at right back, Jack Reed in the middle alongside Ryan Murphy, and we have a very, very, very good back four. This lad is 6'4" and has 18 jumping reach and 15 heading, and he's 25. And look at his anticipation. Lad's an absolute beast. He's an absolute monster. So the last ESL 1 was in New York 2015. I was there. Oh, no, I wasn't there in 2015. I must have been there in 2014. Yeah, Vici Gaming won it. Team Secret had their old logo. Team Secret was Kuroki, S4, Fly, No-Tail, and Puppy. Flax was there. Wow, Zoe doesn't have a page. Neither does DJ Wheat.
class is.
He's nowhere to be seen.
This is interesting. He's expecting someone to X-mark back or teleport back and then get Coddle repulled. Okay. And he wants to go for the kill, but the problem... Oh,
might be 33. Oh, oh my God!
The reaction from 33. Just a little head shake. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Oh my.
Come on!
This is insane.
This is amazing. All right, let's see this replay.
He blinks into death. That is unreal.
Was it Ion Shell? So he blinks. He blinks, pops the link and insta dies.
Blinks into death. That is unreal.
He was trying to blink Hex to remove the Linkins and then Sunder, but he toggled off Armlet and died to Ion Shell.
You actually called it earlier in the game. He buys back now, by the way, so another buy.
Incredible. I don't know if you're right that that was the last ESL 1 event. I'll be honest with you. Because there's an ESL 1... So, sorry, 2015. ESL 1 Dota. Gaming events. So there was ESL 1 Bangkok, ESL 1 Birmingham, ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, ESL 1 Summer 2021, ESL 1 Germany 2020, Thailand, Birmingham 2020. There's been loads of ESL 1s. In North America, well, yeah. I'm just trying to watch the highlights from the Mets game last night. Kodai Senga. Oh. So the Oakland A's, who are no longer in Oakland and just called, I guess, the A's, that are moving to Las Vegas, the stadium isn't ready yet. So they're playing at basically a fucking training ground. It's really, really bad. Going to an event in LA, the last time I went was to a summit. And because the summit guys were based out in Inland Empire, or around that neck of the woods, Ontario Airport was the one you flew into. That's Ontario, California. And it was, for some reason, we flew, sometimes we'd fly in and out of LAX if we were international. So if you were in North America, you flew to Ontario Airport, which was dead easy. But for those of us coming from Europe, you had to fly via LAX, which is a shit show. I mean, it's just... I don't think there's a single American airport I've ever been to that felt good. They all feel fucking terrible. LA is a terrible, terrible airport. And the worst thing about it is getting into and getting out of the airport, because the only way is by car. It's not been designed well. There's this ramp you have to go up for the drop-off point, but they really should think of a different way of doing it, because all it leads to is these huge tailbacks to get off the motorway to get to the airport. I mean, we spent, I think, 40 minutes or maybe even longer just queuing up. We were essentially at the airport. We spent like 45 minutes just queuing up to get up to the point where you can drop people off. And driving in LA in general if you don't have a flying car, you're going to be in traffic. It was miserable. What am I going to do for dinner tonight? Did a carbonara last night. Carbonara was good. I've got the technique down. I hate how much the AI fucking rips you off for your players. There's a lot of weight on Toby Yates. Oh, look at these little annoying 2-week. He does tend to get injured at the worst time. Do you manage national team as well? No. No. I didn't want to get involved in that this time. What am I going to do for fucking dinner for these children? My stomach is going. I'm hungry myself. Going away for a few days from tomorrow. Anyone got a rundown? Yeah, I will tell you what happened. Let's look at my profile. This is to catch people up on what an amazing manager I am. So, I am one of the most reputable managers in the world. Okay, my reputation is second to none. My job history, Notts County. SC Ashdod saved them from relegation. Then SC Ashdod won Manager of the Year and won the Israeli State Cup for finishing 5th with Ashdod, who were a terrible team. Then the Great Ruction, where I said, can I have £5,000 to sign Arturo Vidal? And they said, no. Then I said, well, then I'm going to have to go. And they said, fine. I said, all right. I left, and they immediately signed Arturo Vidal. Union SG was next. 4th, 7th, 13th, going nowhere. Team was in free fall. Tried to save Perugia. Did, but then technically, if you finish 17th, you have to play the team that's in the relegation zone below you for some unknown reason. Lost that playoff game, devastating. Then went to Hammarby, took over in the season that they finished 6th, managed to win a Manager of the Month, then back-to-back titles, which was pretty cool. My first title win. Then we went to Alaves, steadied the ship there, brought in some great players. turned Alaves into a nice steady La Liga team. They did get relegated. Not on my watch. I took over around here. We had a very good spell. Then I left them to take the Bayern Munich job, inexplicably. And we won the double pretty much every year, but we never won the European Cup, and I was very frustrated. So I left for Bournemouth, saved them 13th, then 9th, 15th, and it was like, they're not going anywhere. We can't hold on to any players. The usual. Spurs were like, we want you. And I said, I want you too. So we won at least 3 trophies every season until last season. So Premier League, Europa League, Carabao Cup, Super Cup, Community Shield, Champions League, Premier League. Amazing season. And manager of the year. Premier League, Community Shield, UEFA Super Cup, Community Shield, FA Cup, Premier League, and last season we won the Champions League. We didn't win the league, but we won the Champions League. Relegation playoffs are not that uncommon, to be fair. Bit stupid though, aren't they? Like, what's the point in finishing 17th? Like, you finish here, you know, I'm going to be fine. No, you got to play this guy. What does that mean? What does that mean? Did they ever get promoted? God. Perugia have been relegated again and again. They're just cack. Real cack team. No, this one, I think, wait, so I have to play, like, here's the thing, it's terrible. Alright, a final chance is terrible. Because it automatically favors the bigger clubs. Like, that's why they have this shit. It's not to be fair, it's to be unfair. Because it's like, oh, well, you get one more chance, so it doesn't really matter. I didn't see his red card. How bad was the tackle? Jeez. I want to show you guys something. This is the I'm a Mets fan, and we have a pitcher called Kodai Senga, which is a cool name. He's a Japanese pitcher. He throws this pitch called the Ghost Forkball. It's really something special. Watch this. Watch this pitch. That's him. Look at that. Watch it in slow motion. Look at that. It's going straight. It's going straight. You think you can swing at it, and then it just drops. It's like it's crazy. The center, all of these fucking teams spend a lot of money, dude. It's American sport. Also, for a very, very long time, we've been shit. Give us this, please. Alright, I'm loading this up. Straight red against Alaves. All I see is a picture of... He sent me nothing here. Oh wait, it's up. Holy crap, what's the ref looking at? He even does the little jump. Ouchie. What a dick. Yeah, the Alaves player did get lucky. That's a fucking... That's the kind of shit that annoys me, because you could end someone's career. Not directly, necessarily, every time. But the fact is, if you get an injury like that, you're not, you know, and it's a really bad break in your ankle, you're never going to be quite the same again. By the way, we're the most reputable club in the world. And I still get people saying, I want to go to AC Milan. They seem cool. They're not as cool as us, you melt. We're the best. Unfortunately, last season we had a bit of a wobble. This is the wobble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 league games lost in the space of about 2 months. Joshua.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Odle Schweik just resubbed for 48 months. Oh snap, 4 years.
Muchas gracias. Oh man, the A's had no luck in this game. Holy shit. Hey, who's that? Who's that down there? Who was that? Where's the other one? Okay. What is this?
Question I get asked mostly in here, believe it or not, is how much is this?
How much is this?
That is the truth.
How much are these chamois?
There are shops which promise to leave customers quids in.
It must cost more to make them what they're selling. How do you do it? I'll never know.
And they've put many of us under a spell.
That's £1. I think it's great. We're always in pound shops.
I like a bargain. But not everyone's crazy about the pound shop invasion.
They're popping up everywhere.
It's a con. I think with the pound shops, we're all going to need our hats before long just to be able to make a living.
For the boss of Pound World, it's a cut-price, cutthroat battle for the £1 crown.
We come to work every day, gum shield in, shin pads on, get on with it.
This time...
Excuse me, love. This needs to be removed yesterday. It's horrendous.
There's trouble in Scotland.
I don't know how they do it. I do. It's a country, a little country you might have heard of, called China. Called China.
As one of Chris's oldest stores,
And that's just pug ugly.
is not fit for purpose.
Right, deal with it in the morning.
Man, she got some
99p
big
stores
titties.
and Poundland play high-stakes chicken in a price war.
99 pence, 97 pence, down to 95, 93.
I'm streaming. Why? What do you need? Oh!
I'm gonna go to hang out with I Like Me.
Okay, love. At her place?
No, Richmond.
Okay. Sounds good.
Did you show?
Yes, I did. I know you don't like it. I had to. I can't be that beardy. I've got work coming up. I'm thinking about what to have for... What should we do for dinner? Yeah.
None of that, to me, appears to be sensible.
And in Burnley, a broken lift starts a chain reaction.
He's on drugs. I'll stop when I drop, mate.
Britain's pound shop mega chains Poundland, Pound World and 99p stores are taking the high streets by storm.
I declare Pound World open!
Adding hundreds of stores to their ranks every year.
You've got baskets on your left there.
But they're not just competing for customers. Behind closed doors, there's a more bitter battle going on.
Altogether, there's been 9 incidents so far.
Last year, Chris's regional manager, Craig, uncovered a plot by the competition to poach shop managers.
So far, I've lost 2.
If you imagine the devastation it would cause if we lost 9 managers.
They're definitely trying to unsettle us. 3 of our managers have been offered all the same shop.
They're playing games, aren't they, then?
Yeah.
So I just think we should try and stamp it out now, before it gets any worse.
But now it's personal. Chris's inner circle has been targeted, and trusted Lieutenant Craig has himself jumped ship to rival 99p stores.
No matter how long you've been going, people measure how they're prepared to let you down. Craig, our regional manager, I mean, he'd been with us 8 years. Then when it was time to leave, he came early one morning before anyone was here, dropped his keys off, without a goodbye or thank you or good night, and he worked for us for 8 years.
It was a shock to me when Craig left, because I thought he was quite happy here, but there's no loyalty today. No real loyalty.
Yeah. Gosh, I can't think where that is, but... Yeah, it's crazy. There's no loyalty anymore. You know, we barely raised wages for like 40 years. It's like people don't care. You know, we're just a small multi-million-pound company selling Chinese crap that they churn out for pennies. We sell it for £1. We make like fucking 10p. There's no loyalty. I don't understand it. We pay people a very, very small amount of money. The least we can get away with, really. As low as possible. And then they have the nerve to move to other companies for more money? I mean, where's the loyalty? Fuck you.
But that's the way the world at the moment, isn't it? They all need money, so they're out for themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, gosh, they're just out for themselves, aren't they? These people with families and mortgages and bills and things. It's all about me, me, me now, isn't it? Instead of helping my rich boss get richer. It's terrible.
And the final twist of the knife? Craig's taken 3 senior managers with him.
Obviously, they've sold the soul for £1 of gold, as they say. I mean, you either just roll over and get depressed, or you get stood up straight and be positive.
Chris has plugged his management hole by promoting the company's hottest young prospects. New area manager Stacey has taken over the shops in the northeast.
I've worked for Pound World for 11 years. I started just as a Saturday girl, really, and just worked my way up.
She may be new, but Stacey's already uncovered a big problem.
Sorry. Jack Reed, Captain. I think it has to be fake Carolina Hearn. This was broadcast in 2014, though. Pound Shop Wars. It was Catherine Ahern. Carolina Ahern, sorry. Gosh, there's a lot of episodes of this.
One of Chris's oldest shops.
No one working for Pound World on a Saturday is driving a Mercedes. That's how she started, though. She's been there 11 years, and now she's a manager. And you don't know if she has a partner who has a job which means he can afford a Mercedes. And the number one thing, people fucking get all this shit on finance because they want to drive a Mercedes, so they get it on finance.
It's delivering very, very bad standards, but that store's got a lot of potential, and it's my job to turn that around as quickly as possible.
Oh God. Where's God? Look at that. That could be so good. The government should say that we are not allowed to have holidays overseas. This place would be bumping in seconds. Pound World went into administration. Started off as bargain centre, and then everything £1, and then Pound World. Oh. So they sold the majority stake to private equity firm TPG Capital, which is just fucking this. This is how they illustrate TPG Capital. You immediately know what this is. Like a monolithic American venture capital fund. But then, because the pound got really weak, they couldn't sell most of the items at the £1 price point. In June 2018, Pound World entered administration. The remaining stores closed down on 10th of August 2018. The Pound World brand was purchased by businessman Mani Hussain, pledging to return the chain to the high street. These plans failed as Hussain gave up his business on suspicion of money laundering. Wow. Sorry, I'm just reading the history of the company. So, when the recession hit, it made a lot of money. 42% growth between 2010 and 2011. 55% with revenues of 200 million in 2012.
Excuse me, sir,
He did larger
but
premises.
it's time to goose.
Overseas office in
Norinrad
Shanghai.
27 just resubbed for 91 months.
They partnered with Marie Curie, and they managed to raise just around £1 million. Then it opened a multi-price retail store under the name Bargain Buys. Then they had to get a loan from Santander to increase 250 stores by 40 or 50 a year and to strengthen its overseas supply chain. Apparently only 30% of its things come from overseas. Huh. Don't Google Pound World with a safe search off. Good God. Pound Town? There's no way. There's no way there was a Pound Town.
Chris opened Scarborough 15 years ago. As a bucket and spade maker, it should be a gold mine, but sales are stagnant. So Stacy has brought in her
What's gone on with the audio?
top troubleshooter, Cheryl.
Hello, I'm Cheryl. Pleased to meet you.
Stores.
A lot.
Stagnant. So Stacy has brought in.
So obviously we take pride in the shop and, you know, it's like anybody coming to your house, isn't it? You don't want them to go, oh, that's a mess.
That's a mess. Absolute mess. You've got it in a basket, that's too high up.
Look how tight the shelves are. Got posters missing.
Shocking, isn't it? Some things are just like, I hate it. And that's just pug ugly.
That's awful. Oh dear, no. Oh dear, dear me.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
You can't leave this side looking like this.
And that's just disgusting.
That turns my stomach, that does. That turns my stomach. I have to eat. I must eat. Yeah, I stubbed my toe. Brian Brown. Oh, I've got to go away tomorrow for a few days, and it's would have been perfect, but unfortunately, it's not. We've won a lot of trebles. We are the ones in the white shirts, as you say. I've got a question. For Deliveroo, right? I have the same code every time. I thought it would generate a new code. You know when the driver comes and you need to give them the code? For me, it's the same one every time. That makes sense. What's your code? It's just 2 digits. Ref! Damn, Noodles? Chill. It's 2 numbers. I really wanted to get 69. I didn't get 69. Steal your orders. I'd love the idea that there's a simple 2-digit code. And if you know it, you can then steal people's orders. Yeah, can we get it this time, please, Ref? Really? I've never had 2 penalties disallowed in the same game. Oh, but it's offside. I can't stop thinking about the Throng episode of Black Mirror. Oh wait, did Vinicius just fucking miss it? Oh, you plum. I saw a really annoying guy talking about Black Mirror on TikTok. It's like, what is it for? What is this show for now? And his whole point was that it used to be about how technology is essentially something that we're struggling with, if you like. Like, it's about how technology changes society, and the current season doesn't do that. First of all, Black Mirror's always had episodes that were not technology focused, or where technology was a very minor point, and a lot of it was not even about technology, it was about society changing and sometimes just cool ideas. And by putting them in a very modern setting and having the characters make the same sort of reactions we can imagine people making nowadays, it's a comment on a lot of things. Yeah, the Prime Minister being asked to fuck a pig, when I watched that episode, I could not believe what I was seeing. And it wasn't like it wasn't done in a sort of it's the end of the world way. It was more like, this is pretty much what it would be like, isn't it? Like, if this ever happened, this is how it would go down. These are the kind of reactions people would have. And it's sort of like, oh my god, I think he's right. I think that's horrible. people. I like when it's on telly and people sort of cheering because it's about to happen, and then they sort of realise, oh, this is horrible. And I mean, for me, this season has... I mean, I just didn't even understand what fucking point he was making. I mean, it has technology throughout it. People didn't like the black and white movie episode where she lived an entire existence inside this black and white movie. They said the woman's acting was bad in it. I can't remember her name, the lead. She was absolutely fine. The episode that was basically the Mandela effect, the episode, was excellent and really funny at points as well. I thought it was really, it's been, for me, my favourite season of Black Mirror, in that every episode is good. There's no duffer. The Paul Giamatti episode is an amazing telly. The Peter Capaldi episode is amazing. The Callista one, the USS Callista one was a decent episode. It wasn't like my favourite, but it was good. I just, you know, people are never fucking happy, eh? Never seen it. People have hyped it up too much. Jeez. Well, ignore them. And just... It's a really good show, dude. Like... It's an excellent, excellent show. I wouldn't lie to you. This is PFlax recommendation you're getting. These don't come along every day. And they should be listened to and studied. And people should say, his wisdom knows no bounds. Love, Death and Robots was okay. It wasn't as good.
Rows of empty shells would normally see heads roll, but all the heads left 9 weeks ago.
Morale was low,
Yeah.
and we've all built ourselves up and really stuck in and worked as a team with no manager, no backup, and we've just, well, it's just been like left to God and good neighbours, really, to be fair. And we've just cracked on with it.
The management that have been put in the shops have been put in the shop just to fill a position. They've had no real training, and it's sort of setting them up to failure, I'm afraid.
There may be gaps on the shop floor, but everywhere else they turn, there's piles of stock nobody wants.
Fat exploding bomb. Nice. 2007 diaries, 2009 calendars. I mean, Robbie's grey now, isn't he?
I've got to say it infuriates me because I hate it. So much things wrong with one store. Got to get it into them that this is unacceptable. And I'll support you all I can, I'll teach you all you can, but at the same time, if it's just complacency, look out, because I'll be on your case.
They all want to help, but it feels a bit, how shall I say it, like the cavalry coming in at the end, where it could have been 9 weeks ago.
I mean, that's not how that goes, is it? The cavalry turns up and everyone's like, where the fuck have you been? Thanks for nothing.
To keep costs down, all 240.
Why does the audio keep going out?
Second in command, Ian takes the shop layout very personally.
Friday, what I do, you know, I just want all the labels showing. I want them all nice and neat, colour coordinated in the right order. So when the people come in, wow, and it just hits you. They see the same brick wall, nice, clean, bright store image.
The shop may be running smoothly, but Burnley's area boss is the latest to defect to 99p stores. Now, Chris has put a price on the deserters' heads.
Wow.
Ian spoke to him a couple of weeks ago. They were stood outside the store looking in. And what did he...
This is very, Phoenix Knights. I love it when the staff are like, we should change your star player's appearance time to better reflect his value to the team. It's like, yeah, that always goes down well, doesn't it?
What did he say to you?
He said, whatever you do, don't photograph me. He said, I'm not coming into your store. And I said, no. He said, it's all right. I said, if you just both stand together, I said, I'll get 40 quid for the pair of you, like, you know what I mean?
No, but I'm old school at the end of the day. If I seen any of them in here, I'd throw them out and make no mistake about it. Out you go, like.
But next door aren't playing nice either. They've decided to kick the boys right where it hurts, in their £1 price point.
Really going for the juggler on this. £2 off today when you spend £12 or more.
The boys have called for backup. Dave is the new area manager on their patch.
I took over this area 2 weeks ago. I'll do what I do and hopefully do it better than the previous. Well, a lot better than the previous, as he's no longer here.
But I don't know whether you're aware, they're running this at the moment, which is £2 off.
There's a couple of other stores I've got as well where they're doing it. They're popping the offers up left, right and centre all over the country.
Rock bottom prices aren't the only thing on offer at the 99p stores. There's even talk of a push to go posh.
What I understand is they're having coffee machines installed and selling croissants. That's going quite on market. You don't think so?
I've not heard.
Amazing. Coffee shop? Yeah, who the bloody hell do you think you are? Croissants? Coffee? Oh, it's got all dead posh round here, isn't it?
Heard anything about that? No. Just keep sending me updates. As soon as anything changes, as soon as anything starts to be implemented, let me know.
Okay.
Just letting you know, the 99p store next door is apparently going to be having possibly a coffee maker and going into croissants in the morning. But as soon as I know more, I'll let you know.
To stand a chance against the competition, first you have to get your own house in order. On the northeast coast, Stacey's worried about an enemy within. And the offender's got a sweet tooth.
If we look behind there, Volos, Vaseline,
bag of crisps. Right. They have been up there as long as I've been here. Good God.
'30th of the 9th, 2015.
Worse, there's a cup of cash above the safe that's unaccounted for. A big company no-no.
We need to bank this tonight, regardless of where it's come from or whatever it is that needs to be banked tonight.
Leslie thinks that Damien, the supervisor on yesterday's shift, didn't put his shopping through the till.
Well, he shouted something that I've got me shopping. And I thought, right, whatever. And then I realised what he's done. He's put the money in the tub. Why? Don't ask me why, Stacey. I don't know.
But if he turns round and says you were where, then obviously that has implications as well, that you've allowed him to walk out without putting putting any shopping through the till.
I mean, I've got nothing to hide.
Right, deal with it in the morning then.
Damn, she got big titties. The pound goes first, that is. $50. It's the pound sign and then 50. Do you ever look at the little bicycle man on the Deliveroo and think, gosh, he hasn't moved in a while, I hope he's alright. What's the crack here? Oh, it's the supercut. No music. Oh gosh, I hope he's alright. Come on, Narendra. Be okay. Subway. It's tricky because I normally do a food shop that comes on a Tuesday, or I'll go get food because it's half term and the kids love going shopping and we're bored and everything. But we're going away for a few days, so there's no point getting a shop in. I think he's getting off and he's walking. No, he's back on his bike. Wow, that sucks. I had a guy one time, he called me. He was like, "Hi there, I just need to find out what your address is for the delivery." And I said, "Isn't that like on the app?" He's like, "Oh yeah, but I'm just having trouble finding it." I was like, "Well, look at where you are and look at where I am and just go that way." He was like, "Yeah, right, I'll be there in a sec." I was like, what is happening? Right, it's here anyway, I'll be back. Those machines. Some of you guys won't remember this, but people used to pay by check a lot. Supermarket shop. Pay by check. Hold on, sorry. And they'd be writing the check out, beep, beep, beep. But then if you wanted to pay by card, debit cards were a thing, but credit card, they'd put it in this machine, put this piece of carbon paper over the top, and go with this piece of plastic that rolled it. And then they'd tear off it was always like 10 different copies of this fucking thing. Who knows what they were all for. And one of them went in the till, one of them went to you, one of them went here, one of them went to the next person in the queue behind you, one went to Santa Claus. It's a whole big production. And I mean, God. All you had to do was sign. A lot of places in America, you still have to sign. Which I always thought was completely redundant because, of course, the signature is on the back of the fucking card. Like, it's just stupid. It's like having your PIN number printed on the outside of your card. Yeah. I'm sorry. They're sending Katy Perry into space? This is Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos' space thing. Okay, this is a future few predicted. Katy Perry is undertaking final preparations before she joins an all-female crew on a Blue Origin spaceflight. The US pop star will join 5 other women for the first female-only mission in more than 6 decades. The crew, made up of Katy Perry, former NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowe, civil rights activist Amanda Wynn, film producer Carrie-Anne Flynn, and journalist Lauren Sanchez, managed to get in some last-minute astronaut lessons in Texas on Sunday, according to photos shared online by Blue Origin. And here comes the line. Perry also shared some snaps of her own, vowing to put the ass in astronaut. Oh my god. Apparently, Perry said that she had been given confirmation that her journey aboard the rocket was written in the stars. In a video posted on Instagram, she said, "She's always looking out for little confirmations from the heavens, from my guides, from my angels, from my higher self. When I'm looking for it, it's pretty loud," she added. During her Texan space training, she had noticed 2 unexpected coincidences linked to nicknames her mother calls her. When I was invited to come on this voyage, I looked up the capsule. On the very front of it is the outline in the shape of a feather, and when I saw that, it was like a total confirmation because my mum has always called me Feather. So I'm in space training today, and there's a lot to digest. We're almost finished with the day, and they showed us the capsule, and we run simulations in another capsule and tested the noise and what to expect and all these different things, and they revealed the capsule name. The capsule's name is Tortoise. A wave, just the most energetic wave, just shot through my body, and I was like, what? The capsule's name is Tortoise? My mum calls me 2 nicknames, Feather and Tortoise. What are the chances I'm going to space on a rocket in a capsule with my symbol, the feather, called Tortoise? Come on, Tortoise. Come on, Feather. God, I think your mum just forgot your name, Katie. Heretic. You could have that could be a studio-wide groan on Have I Got News For You? And you could be like, I wrote that joke. Everyone's like, you're fucking fired. So they're going to reach an apogee of 62 miles, or 100 kilometers. So they will be in space. I mean, I think her mum just said words. Feather. Tortoise. Oh, Mum, you and your nicknames for me. Katy Perry is like a lot of these very wealthy celeb types who've been famous for ages. They're crazy. Who mentioned Daisy? My God. Not just mentioned, but requested, indeed. If I may, I think the best state that Daisy could get to would be if it went offline forever. That would be good. So, I wonder if anyone's streaming DayZ right now. Let's check in with how DayZ is doing. So, hang on. I wonder if anyone's streaming. There's me on screen. DayZ. There, Ben Fruit seems to be doing okay.
Whatever the fuck it is, the gunplay shit. It's crazy, man. You stop paying attention, you get a little bit too fucking, a little too rushed and shit. You get a little bit too panicked, you can just miss all those shots. It's insane.
F?
Yeah, F. I don't know, man. Server's lagging, I'm lagging. I think there must have been like a fucking solar flare. Your solar flare check?
Still the same terrible inventory management system.
Maybe the biddy Sarge. Thank you, ma'am. Flare deployed.
Flare spotted.
Thank you, bros. Cheers, brothers. Okay, let's get my goddamn heat buff, and then we're doing Research Institution. We're gonna have lots of fun there. There's gonna be lots of murdering, lots of killing. I have stacked a few bodies tonight, chat. And a few is good for a server like this, you know, especially because I've been in the south. Well, actually, no, I've stacked a bunch of bodies. I've stacked a few bodies on this character since getting in the south, which is pretty good, considering there's probably so many people in the north, but... How long has this character been alive? Like 7, maybe like 7 hours or something? 7 hours?
Shut the fuck up, Steph. This is just thrilling.
You check. Not bad. That's looking pretty sexy. Looking pretty fucking sick.
This is really good. Man. Looks like DayZ is in such a good place right now. Looks great, huh? Whew!
There's only you, Sarah, more Lax playing this server, all the other streamers don't. There's definitely some other streamers that have been playing it. I think somebody in chat was saying before that, did Smoke try it out? Was anybody watching Smoke play Z? Did you enjoy it? I think somebody was saying he was playing it earlier. But there's definitely other people streaming it. Oh, he's playing the Play Z Cherno? Yeah, fuck yeah. Honestly, that's probably not a bad idea.
I was like, I'm gonna go get a banana, jump if we're safe.
Oh yeah, he's in the PD.
And then she didn't jump.
There's no window facing that way, so I don't want to go out on the roof either. Give away my position.
Oh my god, I'm so like disoriented right now. Okay, sorry. I'm ready. I'm in position.
Fine,
I think he's gonna come in here, or do you want to just fuck him up? What do you want to do?
Oh my fucking god. This just scared me again.
What?
I can't. This thing just scares me every time I see it, like, every single time.
That's what you get for trying to scare me.
Instant karma. Oh. I hate it.
This location has been in the game for fucking ever, and it's shit. God, the buildings are so bad.
Like dancing in the hotel a little bit, and then like they jumped over and went to PJ.
Dancing?
Yeah, but like, you know.
And you could probably park all your way up some of this.
Yeah, or what we did before and died.
The state of this game.
I've waited on these rocks and they've killed us, it almost worked perfectly.
Should we check the other one? Can you get to the other one?
That looks so shit. I just wanted to see how bad it was. Oh dear.
Are you right?
You're right. Oh my god!
It's delivery day, and
Oh shit. I just want to clarify something for a second, okay? Katy Perry's most recent song, which was not a big hit as I understand it. The video was certainly poorly received. It was basically Katy Perry is girl power, but all the sort of girl power shit that they did in the 90s and early noughties where the girl power was dressing up and dancing around. And that was girl power. Somehow. Whatever. I know a lot of women that thought girl power was actually really cool and they felt that it was great. Katy Perry does this with her faux girl power where it feels like the message is 15 years out of date and very clumsily done. And then she's like promoting women, goes into space, and what does she do? Her comments are about what she's gonna wear. Kite Bite, it looks... When I look at my old vid of playing DayZ, it does not look that different from current DayZ. Like, it really doesn't. It certainly doesn't look like 12 years or whatever have passed. thing is, it was like a marketing thing, wasn't it, for the Spice Girls to say, we're an all-girl band. You know, there have been those before, but we're different because we're here to say, ladies, girl power. And if you're a teenage girl, it's a thing you can get behind, apparently. And it was the harmless kind of girl power where nothing changes, so nobody minded. Fleetwood are not just in the Premier League, they're a pretty solid Premier League team. They have been in the Premier League the last 3 seasons. They came up, went down again, and then they've been here ever since. So this is their 3rd season. How they survived on 35 points, my God. So, Birmingham, 29 points. Who's gone down with the lowest? Southampton with 11 there. Oh, Norwich with 10. Oh, Huddersfield with 9 points and a minus 73 goal difference.
And Supervisor Damien is in early, unlike some of his staff.
One of the staff may turn up, trying to wake him up. Maybe... Morning, you're on your way. Nice. Thank you. Bye.
Does that happen a lot?
Yeah, with me usually.
Cheryl's chat with Damien will have to wait until after the delivery. As the team have no lift, they've developed their own unique way of shifting stock.
Excuse me, love.
This is bad.
I'm horrified and I'm worried for the stock. If I see dented stock or anything like that, I go absolutely crazy because that's not the image that the company want to portray, but actually this is adding to it.
Thank you.
It's opening time, but the shop doesn't look ready for business.
This needs to be removed yesterday. It's horrendous. To shop that area is an impossibility. Who's working this aisle? Who's going to get rid of this stock? There's nobody here. I could not live with all that stock downstairs on my shop floor. I would go absolutely mental.
Well, this is how it was for the last 10 or 11 years, love.
But it's hard. Don't.
You can't blame us.
Cheryl, I'm Cheryl.
Cheryl, yeah.
Yeah. We're not supposed to leave one box on the shop floor, and I've got a shop full of them.
Yeah.
We need to go on to dealing with the problem. But
Well, that's
to
why
me,
you're here.
It's a definite problem.
Scarborough? Family holidays to Scarborough. I mean, the name is pretty scary. Scarborough. Oh shit, look at this. Dropped into a school trip. That's quite funny. Olympia Leisure. Look at that fucking miserable building. But look at that absolutely glorious building. That's incredible. That is a magnificent building. See, when did we stop? Why do we now make this instead of that? Even that's gorgeous. No, no. No, no. Oh, I mean, you know there's some lovely building back there. Hold on. Hello, love. You alright? Okay. What you up to? Oh, what do you think? It's good, eh? Mmm. Yeah. Oh, did you? How are you going to get all this stuff home? Okay. Oh. Well, there we go. Hmm. Oh, lovely. No, no, no. I want to see it when you get here. It's only a couple of days. I bet she did. What are we up to today? The youngest has gone into Ricker's with her mate. I think Ariadne, I think, yeah. A rare occasion where she's able to get out under the yoke of oppression that is private education, and she's able to see her. Hold on, I'm getting a unstable connection. Can you hear me? All right, hold on. I'll come over here. So yeah, she's going to Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm not a big tripe guy. Yeah, not a big tripe guy. I just don't. It's anything where you've got to wash loads of it to get the smell of wee out. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I fucking. Anyway. Eel. I'm not going to eat eel. I don't want eel. I don't want eel. I'm good. I don't want that. I don't want it. No eel, please. Thank you. I'm good. It can't be like that. It can't be like mackerel. Why not just give me mackerel? Eels are gross. They're like massive leeches. I'll try it. Hey, you know, the life cycle of the eel was a great mystery for a long time. It was a very that's what they thought. It was all a bit of a mystery. It's taken decades to unravel. It's very interesting. I think that's not entirely true. I don't think there's some other weird detail because they've never seen them in this particular form. It's sort of like they see them as an egg, and then they're a fucking eel. It's like, where's the rest of it? What's happening here? So yeah, it's pretty clever. Sea eel. That's a seal. You've made a big mistake there. You've eaten seal. Yeah, I wouldn't eat seal. I don't mind my animals being quite cute. Lambs are very cute, for example. Rabbits are cute. I'd eat them. I'd eat panda. I've eaten bear before. It was alright. A bit tough. Very gamey, but it was alright. Yeah. Really? No way. Wow. Well, none of them wanted to speak it to me. I mean, we literally hardly any. Like some of them in the shopping areas. Right. Nice, as a CEO should. Yeah. Did you see that Katy Perry's going into space today? And do you want to know what she said about the journey? She said, this made me laugh. She shared snaps of her own on Instagram, vowing to put the ass in astronaut. So, because they've had their spacesuits have been custom made so that they are more flattering for this all-female trip into space. I just thought, that's not very progressive, is it? That's like saying, you're going into space, Katy Perry, how do you feel? She's like, oh, I'm just worried about getting my makeup messed up. They're like, oh, girls. Do you know what I mean? There's a 40-year-old mother going into space. Talk about that. Don't just yap about your bloody outfit. What a setback. Terrible. Yeah. It's about an hour. It's about an hour to go. It's 100 minutes to go, I think, until T- Katy Perry into space. Blast off. And other ladies. Yeah. So, sleep well, my love. Laurie Sanchez. Laurie Sanchez, the former Wimbledon player. Lauren Sanchez. I don't know who she is, but yeah. Oh, that's his missus. He's firing his wife into space? What if she falls in love with an alien? Alright, I love you. Oh, I watched that last night too! We're in simpatico! We both watched Kindergarten Cop within a 24-hour span. That's alright. That's alright. I watched it. Oh, that definitely. I was thinking of that movie with Johnny Depp where this guy's got his head cut off. Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow. Alright, my love. I'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll do a call and you can see the state of our place tomorrow. The house is in fine condition. Everything has been maintained very well. Why? There's only been one person in it. There's only been one person in it. Oh no, it has. It has. We changed it. Yeah, we changed it more recently than that. We've got to get these little bastards and that bloody dog loaded into the vehicle. No, I refuse simply because I'm going to have a shit 3 days. So, no. I'm sorry. Oh, we'll just entertain ourselves by TV. In a low voice. The kids are endlessly amused by her anyway. I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Bye, love. Bye. I replaced our old goalkeeper left last season. Beto left. Unfortunately. His contract ran out. He didn't want to sign a new one.
You can, yes. Can you pass this lady some ordinary water, please? Just will you give us a minute? I'll ring you back, mate. 2 minutes. Bye. Right, hang on a minute. Adrian, shift it. A lot of it. Come on.
With the new stock safely stored away, Cheryl gets the go-ahead to speak to Supervisor Damien about the pot of money which wasn't put through the till.
I'll speak to you later. Hello, good morning. You all right, Leslie? I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. Believe me, if I wasn't, you'd know.
It looks scary.
I didn't want to come to work today, to be honest, after yesterday, because it was all hell and no notion. I haven't heard one thing where somebody said, well, you've done a good job here. Do you know? One little G like that makes all the difference to staff morale, and mine. You get more with sugar than you do salt, darling, as they say.
After an hour in the staff room, Cheryl's not in the sweetest mood, and Damien's been suspended.
How's the squad looking? We have a good team. I do tend to favour signing players that are younger, but then topping up that team with a couple of old hands who know what they're doing. But we actually do have quite a good youthful team. We've got this lad who I signed 115 million from Valencia, but he's only 25, and this guy is one of the biggest fullbacks I've ever seen and could easily be retrained to also be a centre-back, which I will do. In fact, let's do that now. Then we've got Vinicius, who we managed to tie down for a few more years. He's been superb. This was his best season, but he's been playing more of a deep role. This season, I'm playing him on the right wing, so I'm hoping he can pick up the slack for goals there. Jack Reed, 26, so he's got like 6-7 more seasons in him. Excellent centre-back. Really good. Toby Yates, who's 31, but still scoring goals. We've got Carlos Alexo, who I signed this summer for quite big money. And he is a world-class midfielder, which we needed. Mahir Erdem, Dutch defensive midfielder. He's decent. He cost me, again, quite a lot of money. And he's okay. I just need a decent lad in there. Ryan Murphy, my other centre-back. Irish lad, very, very good. Got him tied up for a few years as well. Ahmad Hazar, our right back, the Egyptian right back. He's very, very, very good. Lucas Cardozo, young Uruguayan lad. I've been playing on the left wing. Had an incredible season last year. He scored 20 goals in 45 appearances. He's good. I like him a lot. He can also score free kicks. This guy's kind of a utility player that I signed. He's English, so he fulfills a few things there. Had a really good season last year. Settled into the way we play. Played well. Young Brazilian midfielder that I've got filling out the squad. He's quite handy. This is the goalie I signed. 27-year-old Dutch lad. He's fine. In terms of subs, then yeah, they're all just kind of they're squad players, but it's a decent squad. The problem is Man City's squad is absolute filth.
Yeah. Hey, might be here next for the chop.
Do you think?
Who knows? With this crew. Welcome to Pound World.
As costs go up, profit margins for pound shops get even tighter. One day, the magic price point might even have to end. But down on the south coast, 99p stores don't seem too worried. They're cutting prices again.
I don't know how they're selling it at that price. I don't know how they're making any profit at all at that price.
This time, mega chain Poundland have followed suit. It's a price drop bonanza.
99 pence, 97 pence, down to 95, 93, and now we're at 90 pence.
Carry on, it might be like 80p, you know. It's true.
I've saved 50 pence just on 5 items. It helps a lot, especially when I've got fish food and cat food to buy, and I bought myself a little cake.
With savings to be made, both shops are under siege.
It's too many in the queue, so I'll come back in a minute.
Even the novelty shelves are being plundered.
I'm after a table tennis racket, but it's a fly squat and it's sold out.
Word of the price war has reached Chris's Yorkshire HQ.
Have you seen these offers? 99p stores and Poundland are going bang at it against each other. With 99p stores, you accept that erratic behaviour. That's where they come from. What I'm actually gobsmacked about with where Poundland's concerned is they're a big company, they've got a lot of power, and they're actually falling into a trap of competing.
If they drop it any lower, we can use them as a supplier.
Yeah. None of that, to me, appears to be sensible. I think we're better off staying where we are, as we've always done. We've weathered this storm before, and if they want to go down to this kind of warfare, let them get on with it.
In Burnley, Chris's high-risk strategy of doing nothing is being pushed to the limit. 99p stores have made their biggest price drop yet.
They're a 99p shop. They drop their products down to 80p. 80 pence.
For a whole weekend.
For the whole weekend.
I've never known so many offers, literally week in, week out. They're doing everything they seem to possibly can, as if like, please come and shop with us, please look what we're doing, look what we're doing. Customers love a gimmick and they will shop with their feet.
It's now a fight for every sale.
It's not a permanent deal. I guarantee you, love, honestly. And this is where the psychology they're playing tricks on your mind. You're thinking, wow, what a fantastic bargain. And it is at the time.
No, to be honest, I never thought of it like that. I didn't think of it like that.
But customer service may have to take a back seat. Jeff's got a big problem. The stock lift has conked out and their weekly delivery arrives tomorrow morning.
Is there any update on the lift? I mean, obviously it's late evening now and I haven't had a call back, so...
Ian's faced with bringing hundreds of boxes from the loading bay down 2 flights of stairs to the storeroom.
Running upstairs empty-handed ain't a problem, but because you're going down these steps, so let me just try and see if I can give you an example. Right, OK. So, for example, right, I'm thinking to myself, right, could I carry another 2 more baskets? No. Why? A, the weight, and B, I'm visually, I can't see. So then I'm going down the steps like this, one at a time, probably looking like that I've got piles of something, which obviously I'm glad I haven't. Mars bars are coming down next. Right, OK, there you go, mate, Mars bars, right, OK. So you imagine doing that 8 hours solid during the day, right? Something's got to give. And the last thing I want is me saying to Jeff, I can't, Jeff, my bag, it's gone, you know. Oh, Ian, where's Alan? He's underneath that stock down there, he's slipped, he's fallen. What, you're joking me? You know, safety is paramount.
But Ian's got a plan.
My only concern is just when we get to here, where it flatlines,
If the delivery arrives early enough, they could bring all the stock through the front door before the shop opens.
Anything after 7 o'clock, it's going to be close to touching the cloth as to whether or not we can get that down here and in this shop floor by 8:30 in the morning.
Messages resolved for 7 months.
So you've had no bailey training? Have you been taught how to use this at all?
No, I don't know how to know.
Cheryl's been in Scarborough for nearly 2 weeks.
Oh my God. She doesn't go in there like that either.
Yeah.
But the staff are still finding ways to surprise her.
Chaos breeds chaos, and it's right through this whole place. That little lass tells me that she turns up without a national insurance number. So they just made one up and hide her on the system regardless. I'm like, what? It's bloody income tax. It's what makes the world go round, you crackerjacks.
Can I get it?
Marlene is one of Scarborough's most experienced shop assistants. When new deals come in, she thinks she knows the perfect place to put them.
These have changed from 2 to a pound to 3 to a pound. So I'm taking off the 2 for a pound shelf and putting it on the 3 for a pound.
Putting it on. I'm putting it on here.
Shelf. They're tins, you see. So whole ham and tuna and that, so they go together. And then like spreads, so they go with them. Oops.
Welcome back to Weird Stuff in a Can. Today we're revisiting something. Fray Bentos steak and kidney pie. So this was a product line that I covered in, I think, episode 37, 39, somewhere around the high 30s of this series. So
Better
quite a
meat,
while ago.
more of it.
2017, in fact. I seem to recall 180 Celsius, which is very pleasingly 180
No,
degrees
I don't remember
of angle
MRIs
as well
with
on this
Flax.
dial.
I remember
So we'll wait for that to
MREs
preheat.
with Flax,
Meanwhile,
and we did one last month.
Brabantia Essential, as recommended by Fray Bentos, although I'm not sure why we should trust anything they say given their track record on honesty.
Better meat and more of it.
And we have an intact lid. I'm not liking the look of that pink staining there. Although, hang on a minute, where was that? That was the bottom of the can. So yeah, that's just where it's been displayed that way up. And the gravy has kind of seeped through the pastry. I thought for a moment we might have been dealing with spoilage, but I don't think so. The pastry could stand to be a bit more brown than that. While that's all cooking, the filling is boiling away, and you saw steam coming out there. And so if we take it too far, what we'll end up with is a crispier crust, but a very dry filling. So I think I'm going to stop there. Well,
didn't this Atomic Shrimp guy... I'm sure he did some other kind of reviews or vids. I can't remember what they would have been. His name rings a bell.
Now, a few moments of cooling. We'll get this back to the studio and give it a taste. Okay, well, there we go. So, pastry is crisp and golden on top. We can expect that the underlayers here will be soggy because this is puff pastry that's been in contact with the wet contents of the can for its entire lifetime so far. And of course, the nature of canning is such that this whole product has been cooked inside the can to preserve it. So the pastry's already been cooked before you bake it. I'm just going to loosen the pastry around the edge here. And I think we'll try and cut a kind of quarter of the pie. Okay, well, there are visible chunks of meat in there, and of course the usual gravy. So in all honesty, I don't think there's any discernible difference between this pie and how it used to be. I can see the difference. So let's just have a look at this pastry before we go any further. So yeah, we end up with a very crispy layer on top. Then under the layers are cooked, but quite doughy and soft. Now, this might be unappealing to some people, but for aficionados of this product, this is not a bug, this is a feature. And if you think about it,
such a shame.
You know, this is boiled pastry, essentially, but what's pasta? Anyway, let's give that pastry a taste.
Come on, shrimp.
Yeah, it's soft, and I suppose it's a bit like a dumpling, really. Think about the outer layer on gyoza, for example. Okay, so anyway, we've got meat here. There is a piece of kidney. There is a piece of beef steak. Let's give that a try. It's nice, lean, tender, tastes like brisket perhaps, or something like that. So yeah, chunks of steak and chunks of kidney. Need to taste this crispy top layer as well.
These are unironically so nice, says Dirty Lil
Palm oil
Meat
is widely
Slap.
held to be flavourless, but I can taste it. Now hang on a minute, because
The chicken in a can, this is an absolute classic.
Chicken. It's funny how chicken has become such a staple meat in our diet these days. I mean, it wasn't that many years ago when you were lucky if you got a chicken dinner at Christmas, but now you can go off to any number of themed restaurants that serve almost nothing but chicken. Hell, you can probably find a KFC near you if you really want a 16-year-old to tell you the ice cream machine isn't working. But today isn't about nice chicken, it's about chicken in a can, a whole chicken in a can. I am not joking. I don't know if you've seen the old picture that used to do rounds on the internet. It was a blue can, that one. And the most horrifying thing came out of it, a sort of chicken's corpse covered in jelly. And frankly, I'm terrified that's what's going to be in this one. Thank you to whoever sent this in. Obviously, this lovely chicken ready trademark. Yep, somebody actually went to the office with this. One whole chicken without giblets. Damn, I forgot to bring my own giblets. Packed in broth. Now, what do they mean by broth? Do they mean cheap soup? Are they trying to say Bros, the old 80s band, but they've got a lisp? I don't know. All I know is these chickens look very smug, probably because they're not the ones in the can. Net weight, 1.42 kilos. Serving suggestions. This product is fully cooked and may be served cold or hot. Yeah, like I'm going to heat this up. I don't want to wreck my pans, my life, and anything else in the vicinity. Salads and sandwiches. Meat may be removed from bones and combined with ingredients such as mayonnaise, dressings, olives. Wow, I'd love a recipe book from this guy. Meat may be removed from bones and combined with ingredients. Good work. Soups. Broth is delicious when used to prepare chicken and rice. Yeah, I think I would probably say this was something you would probably use in a soup, or not at all. Yeah, I'm going to go for the not at all.
You know what I'm thinking, though, is, I mean, I know that in France, if you look at canned goods in France, they're way better, and they have no issue with buying canned shit, because they know it's going to be good, because the standard is good. It's just in a can. But we have allowed it's in a can, therefore the quality is going to be shit, to become the norm. But that shouldn't be the norm.
Delectable chicken-ready dumplings. Oh, no, thank you. I think we'll avoid that. Do not heat in can. But I like explosions and shrapnel in my... Yeah, maybe I don't. Nutrition facts. It's full of cholesterol and salt. What do you expect? Ingredients, chicken broth and salt. Could you explain...
Atlapac Trading Co. Yeah, they exist. This is their flashy website. Gourmet specialty. California Girl gourmet specialty line. California Girl, comprised of Mediterranean and tropical delights. Fruit. Food service.
What chicken broth is, perhaps, a little bit? Do you mean just water that's had chicken in it a long time because it's been in a frickin' tin? I particularly like that it's been inspected for wholesomeness by the US Department of Agriculture. Wholesomeness? That's a little bit of a nebulous thing to define, isn't it? Yep, we talked to it about politics and it seems pretty on side. Well, there we are. I don't know how old this thing is, but the top of the tin is very sort of dirty and horrible. So it's possibly been sitting somewhere for a while. Best Buy, 12th of the 8th, 2014. So it's just out of date. But
I do think it's funny that Ashens films this on his sofa with a bin bag on top. Why do it in your living room?
I suspect that really won't matter much. A few months. What's a few months to a whole chicken in a tin? The answer is, let's bloody find out. Can't put it off any longer. I'm imagining a really quite magical smell when the top comes off this. Oh, God. I don't know if I've put down enough bin bags, actually, to catch the broth and other such mess. Oh, dear. Oh, my God! I have not got the tools at hand to deal with this. Why? Is this all the fat that's gone to the top or something? Oh, my God, that's horrifying. Yeah, I can't... This is basically full of water and some sort of fluorescent pus. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. I'm going to have to go off and, drain that in...
Just tip it out, sir!
Has probably been used for many nice desserts many years ago, but now it's going to be used for holding... Oh, my God, it's like somebody drained a drain that's been backed up for many years. And I wish there was another verb I could have used there other than drain, because then I repeated myself. I'm putting off pouring this out. It smells chickeny.
This looks like the overflow pipe from a charnel house.
Oh, yeah. Whole chicken... Whole chicken in a can. It's nearly drained. There's some sort of props left over from one of the Alien movies coming out, I think. Yeah, get a load of that. Yeah, that's the stuff.
You know what, though? I bet that makes a pretty good chicken stock. Like, I bet if you took one of these chicken in a cans and put it in a pan and simmered it for like 2 hours, you just have pure chicken stock essence.
I'm going to have to eat this at some point, aren't I? Oh my God, right. So we've got a bowl full of what I can only assume is some form of congealed fat that's gone completely good. Here we go. Oh, marvellous. Any vegetarians in the house? What's that? all of you now.
Stupid. It's so pink.
Do you know, the one on the internet that I saw did actually come out as a whole chicken, so I was kind of expecting that. This, oh my God, who here, I don't know why I'm asking this as a question, put it in the comments, there we are. Who has seen the movie Beastmaster, the 80s action flick, one of my mum's favourites, coincidentally, where the actor Mark Singer is off on a magical quest and teams up with some horrifying albino vampire monsters who can reduce a living... The meat's just falling off the bone. I wish I was dead. Oh, I soon will be, Faithless. That is cooked, because that's looking a bit suspiciously red to me. You probably can't tell at home, because obviously lighting is weird due to video and that, but yeah, if this is one of those things you're cooking at home, you'd be like, I'm going to put that in for a few more minutes. Anyway, time to try some delicious meat. I'm going to try this nice bit here that actually looks vaguely cooked. Tastes of horrible meat gelatin, like the stuff you get in cheap pork pies. There's something with a chicken texture that's turning a little bit to dust in my mouth. Not really any flavour of chicken. That's amazing. They've managed to take an actual...
Where did that noise come from? Oh, that was a blurb.
Real chicken and make it not taste of chicken. It's absolute... Gives the... Is that a leg bone there? Darker stuff. Chicken taste to it. Let's get a bit of some follicles on it. That's always better.
Ugh. Pretty terrible.
Top. Do you know what I mean? Like sandwich spread and your spreads. But Marlene's logic can challenge customers.
Oh, oh no, the jams. No, the jams don't go. No, it's not as though you would have jams with tuna. I wouldn't have put it like that anyway. But somebody must have thought that up.
I've just picked it up myself, you know what I mean? Just comes natural, doesn't it, what you do? Well, to some. It's common sense, innit?
Marlene might make it up as she goes along, but all the companies of the shops follow the pound world way.
Tuna and jam don't go together. It's jam with fish. It's not right, is it? You've got that there, which is a cereal, but you've got your cereal down here. So you need to have a cereal part of your aisle, a spread part of your aisle. Do you know what I mean? If you look there, basically it's telling you where to put it. This is the way that the shop should flow.
Yeah, well, we didn't know that.
The management haven't passed it down to the staff the way it's got to run. She's great, she's passionate, she's lovely, she runs about, she never stops. But she's running around like a little headless chicken, getting nowhere, not quite getting it right.
Yatesy hasn't scored yet. Bit alarming, isn't it? We'll drop him back, get him involved in play a bit more, because he's quality on the ball. She's running around like a bit of an headless chicken, aren't you, love? Aren't you? That's that kind of managers you get in that situation. 2-A-T. Just think how much effort is put in to human endeavours like stocking this on the right bit of that. Oh, Jeff is on the launch pad. Damn, Katy Perry's looking good in her spacesuit. Gosh, it would be absolutely horrible if something happened to a manned launch. We haven't had that in a while. When was the last time someone died in a launch that we know of? I know China's probably had a few that you'll never hear about. There was that one that blew up and the explosion was like insane. Oh, Trooney! Wayne Trooney, they called him. Challenger was in the 80s. I'm talking about the last time we know of. Yeah, like, has there been one before that? I thought it was 87, Challenger. '86. Columbia 2003. Yeah. Which was the... Oh my god, of course he's fucking injured. I hate the fucking people who promote all those conspiracy theories about those poor bastards. So, the weird thing about Toby Yates is he does seem to get injured a lot. But when I look at his injury history, it's not that bad. But now he's out for 2 months. And I feel like 2 months, 3 days, 4 weeks... 10 days, 3 weeks, 3 days, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 days, 2 months, 2043, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 5 days, 9 days, 6 weeks last season, and now this season he's already going to miss 2 months, which is annoying. He just gets these little... annoying injuries. It's going to have to be Cardozo or Vinicius up front. Vinicius is class, but Cardozo's younger and faster. And he's got a pretty good eye for goal. Where is he? Oh, I've got sorted by the wrong thing. This lad. Thing is, he's not quick, but I think he would be a very good striker. He scores quite a few goals in the air. He is truly one of world football's global superstars.
For once, things aren't running smoothly in Burnley. Their lift is broken, and 17 pallets of bargain bog roll and cut price calculators have yet to arrive.
I'm a little bit concerned at this moment that we're fast approaching 7:45 now. Vehicles here.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Here it is now, yeah, Jeff. Are you alright, Jeff? Alright. You need to take a breather, just let me know, mate, because I know them wheels will be digging into your fingers.
No, I'm alright, I'm just watching your footing.
You think this was ammo?
Let me know. A bit of weight on this one. I'll stop when I drop, mate. God, bloody hellfire.
He's on drugs. He's on drugs all the time. No, I don't take a drug. The only thing he takes is a Kit Kat or a Mars bar. Good job it was only Chris.
Nice, right, mate. Where there's no brain, there's no pain, is there, Jeff? You know, I sounded like one of them women tennis players at Wimbledon then, didn't I? I feel like I just want to sit in there for 5 minutes.
He's 17.
Honestly.
Despite next door's price promotions, Ian and Jeff's hard graft and customer care have maintained their monthly sales.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you like any chocolate assortments? After 2 years of doing the same fantastic job that we do day in, day out with the team that we've got, that is the recipe that wins every day.
They're not going to affect us. No matter what they do in there, they could turn that into the Taj Mahal in there and it won't make a blind bit of difference to our solid, hardcore customers.
It needs going that way, and it needs pulling that way, and it needs pulling that way.
Cheryl's finally making progress on the Scarborough shop floor.
Them up there, look, Jay. Bring them forward.
Yep. That's just a mess. We'll have to sort that out. You know what I mean? It's all just bundled up on top of each other. The shop used to look like a jumbo sale. Like everything was just a mess, but now we just got to keep on top of everything.
That is a really expensive looking tattoo she's got. Of what looks like a Ku Klux Klan butterfly. Can you imagine if we were able to speak to animals and they were all massive racists, or they all hated women?
Make sure everything's tidy and it looks better for people to come in and buy stuff like an actual store.
I could walk round and I move everything every time I walk past it. I need them to feel the same, take pride in this store. But they're beginning to, I can sense it.
When it looks like it's a never-ending job, I think that's what the problem was. A lot of people, it just looked like it's going to take you days, so you just didn't bother.
Turkish Delight, my favourites. The shop looks smart for the first time in years, and Cheryl's got a plan to try and keep it that way. Each shop assistant now has their own aisle.
Oh, you're up there, look, aren't you?
I know, yeah.
Head of department aisle.
Department.
It's lovely to find somebody that cares. Hence, that's why you're up there, sweetheart, because I trust you. So well done. Yeah, I'm coming.
I feel like more important than what I did before, because I've got my own aisle. I can do what I want with it.
No, you can't. You've got to follow the company thingy. We established that. Look at her
I'm
dream.
at the department
Look
of
at that. She was
the-
like, I can do whatever I want with it. And there, her imagination is the limit.
I feel like more important than what I did before, because I've got my own aisle. I can do what I want with it.
Look at that. She's got her own aisle. She can do what she wants with it.
I'm at the department of the food and sweets.
There's no way, no
Yeah.
chance you're getting that job around for £1.
I've got a title now, haven't I?
Marlene.
But not everyone's taking on extra. Some staff now have a lighter workload.
Right then. I've been demoted to a supervisor, so less responsibility as such. So that's good in one way, because it just releases some stress off me from what I've had. Onwards and upwards, darling, into the 21st century. Next, please. £1, please. Thank you.
They lacked knowledge and experience, and hopefully I've started to give them that, and they'll build on it, and I'm positive that they will. In a month's time, I might take holiday and come back and have a look at the place. But if it's crap, I'll tell them off.
That was a witch's cackle. That was a little witchy. It's a little witchy.
Scarborough is now trading 8% up on last year.
Good afternoon. Hello.
It's not the only store that's more profitable since 4 of Chris's senior managers left to join the competition.
It has been a blessing in disguise, and I ain't making that up, that's a fact. You know, you could say that's just sour grapes from me, but it's a fact. I don't even understand why I was depressed over it.
It is funny, that accent, because they'll say Fact. And they'll really hit those T's. That's a fact. But then he'll say, get up. So, instead of get up, you bugger, get up. It's get up. So you drop hard double T's into a R. Interesting. Get up.
Anything I'm depressed
Get
about
on
is
with it.
the decision to making them for management in the first place. You know, so they say good comes out of bad, and that's what's happened for us.
Bad.
Next time.
Bad.
Oh yeah, check that bad boy out. A bit of bling.
Hound World are on the brink of a looming disaster.
Basically, all I've got left now is 7 packets of loom bands.
Gutted.
And at HQ, costs need to be cut.
People must laugh and think, how the hell is that happening? Well, I'm asking the same question. What the hell are you playing at?
Wow. That was a television show. The Big Body Hotel. Small team, bigger world.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time.
Benefits by the sea.
Megan Dasle just resubbed for 49 months. Oh, you have a new goose.
On the Essex coast, just south of Clacton, lies Jaywick.
Jaywick!
It was built in the 1920s, so Londoners could buy land to build their own holiday chalets. Soon it became a thriving seaside resort. But now, all that has changed.
I will class it basically as a shithole.
5,000 people live here permanently, many in poverty.
Whenever there's a job that becomes available, everyone is after it.
It's England's poorest town, and life at rock bottom can be tough.
I don't want to be a bum all my life. It's not the way to go.
You gotta be mad to live in Jaywick.
All my life. It's not the way to go.
You gotta be mad to live in...
Is that Halloween makeup, or is this lad that pale and that battered?
In Jaywick.
For some, Jaywick is the end of the road.
You're going to end up killing yourself.
But for others, it's a chance to make a fresh start.
Cheers.
Cheers.
To the future.
God help these fucking people, man. Look, they're cheersing. She's got what looks like a bottle of Prime, and he's got a jug of piss.
To the future.
Another lovely morning in Jaywick.
In this close-knit community, locals help each other through thick and thin.
Come here, I love you. Oh, it's like a whole big family. That's what I love about Jaywick. I love it here.
The rest of society may have forgotten them, but they're not giving up.
Jaywick is the tits.
This is the cost of El Jaywick.
This time in Jaywick, ex-East End hardman Fred talks tough.
I swear, on my mother's grave, I'll blow an old rat through your gut. I says, when your kids are out, I'll come and do you.
JP's forced to choose between his baby and the bottle.
I've been waiting 2 years for this, and my wife's having a baby tomorrow.
And it's brother versus brother.
I swore on the old man that I will never buy you a drink. So not being funny, bruv, I'm not buying you a drink.
At the heart of Jaywick is the village with its shops and pubs. Half a mile away is the run-down Brooklands estate with its crumbling chalets.
Sorry, what was that pub called? The Never Say Die. Jesus Christ.
Half a mile away is the rundown Brooklands estate, with its crumbling chalets and potholed roads. The locals call it the Badlands. With 5 times the national average living on benefits, people here don't have much, but they're still proud of their hometown.
I've not got a bad word about Jaywick at all. Love it. Everyone's friendly, everyone's really nice down here. It's like a big family community, everyone helps each other out. That's why I'd never, ever leave Jaywick, ever. I love it here.
She got in the push.
44-year-old Tara moved to Jaywick from Liverpool a year ago to escape a partner hooked on booze. She's been a carer, cleaner, even worked on building sites, and now gets by on less than £70 a week in benefits.
Yeah, Dad. What's happening here with the dashes, bro?
Tara can't afford to live on her own, so she shares a 2-bed Brooklands bungalow with housemate Darren.
I'll grab a cup of tea.
I'll make a cup of tea.
Money's tight, but what she can save, she spends on tattoos.
Oh, God, it's freezing. That one there, always remember, I'll always love you. My mum, she asked me to have that done. The skullhead one, my husband bought me for Christmas because I love skullheads.
Oh God, I can't laugh at these people. They're just so fucked. It's just tragic. Age gap millionaires. I love skull heads. Doesn't like skull bodies. Millionaires looking for young Totty.
The house is only about 50 rooms. It's quite a small house.
In this programme, we meet 3 millionaire couples who are decades apart.
I just think we'd like to grow old gracefully.
I think it's a little bit easier for me, though, because I've got a young wife.
58 is a bit old for me.
When I first met Bill, I was actually going through menopause.
But age gap millionaires attract criticism.
Tart, hashtag sugar daddy. Somebody else says gold digger.
I think it was a bit weird. I was almost 20, so I was like, wow, he's closer to my age than he is to my mom's age.
Sex with an older woman? Hydrate well and bring snacks.
And
Jesus
we meet the
Christ.
millionaire landowner searching for a younger wife to give him an heir.
Then let you push up like that and then go like that, you know. The ideal thing would be to have 2 sons, 2, 3 would be better, and to get on with it, really.
When you're a multi-millionaire, you don't need to worry about rush hour.
It beats the traffic.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time.
Successful businessman John Radford is...
Tombolau just resolved for 3 months. Howdy, are we on to new show to watch? Birmingham.
Anything that we can find to watch. We don't want to fuck the Carabao Cup. Pick youth prospects. McDowell, Marcia, you're hired. Khaleesi Thomas. I wouldn't call Khaleesi a youth prospect, but sure. Martinez, Allah, Tewu, Chukwuma, Otero. The art of gold digging. Can't watch Hotel Nightmares in the UK. What starts with N and rhymes with once? Starts with N and rhymes with once. Once. Bunts. But it starts with N. Cunts. Dunts. Funts. Gunts. Hunts. Lunts. Months. Nunts. Punts. Nuance. I think you mean PDF files anyway. That's the TikTok slang for it. How does trance start with an N, team? Come on. In Man U, what a pitiful shower. I don't know if I want to see these old lads with young wives. It's just kind of depressing, isn't it? The perfect vagina. The woman with giant legs. These feel like they're all Channel 5 documentaries. The dangers of au pairs. Strangers in my home. Nightmare in Suburbia, the complete first season. The lives of Britain's richest and flashiest families. Britain's biggest brood. 15 kids. Ready for takeoff. Here we go.
Anxiety flying.
Why is Oprah here?
This is overcoming a wall of fear, a barrier.
Oprah seems to have been famous forever.
I think it's going to be cathartic in so many ways. That all the women are going up for the first time. You know, there will be other trips first time. Incredible. So to be a pioneer is great.
I keep pausing it. I mustn't pause it because it's a live stream. Please let Katie and the other ladies be okay. Please let Katie and the other ladies be okay. Yeah, I think I assume she's just a fucking happy billionaire at this point. Like, what's she doing now? I bet she does loads of, philanthropy and shit. Oh, she writes books. Who's coughing like that? You alright? That's not a good cough. Alright. Is that one of the Kardashians?
Go inside and hear what these soon-to-be astronauts are saying and possibly singing while they're weightless. So
I can't wait for that moment. I'm also hoping she comes down to Earth and does like either a fireworks part 2 or E.T. part 2. I think that's going to be, and I think, but let's stick on this point for 1 second, Kristen. I think one of the incredible parts about this crew is their ability to tell the story coming out of this.
Yeah.
Jeez, the story. They're going to go up into space for 10 minutes and come back. Can we calm down? They are technically going into space. In that 100 kilometers is space. Bored-looking children. You could tell a child, your parent is about to meet a representative from the Galactic Federation. This is first contact. This is the most important thing to ever happen on planet Earth, other than the origin of life. And they'd be like, how long? Like 10 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes! Apparently 100 kilometers is, there's a line. You go past that and then you're in space. Is it space at that point because we reach a certain lack of atmosphere or... One minute, 30 seconds. Degrassi? So it's the altitude at which aerodynamic lift can no longer effectively support an aircraft. It's a small rocket because you've only got to fit a couple of ladies in it. You don't have to fit any heavy equipment. Apart from Katy Perry's ass, apparently.
Test checks. As you mentioned, Kristen, inside the capsule, you know, as you said, this is like a bridled beast. This thing wants to take off.
Switch to onboard helium. Here we go. Good luck and Godspeed, ladies. We're cheering you on from
Let's
planet
launch
Earth.
this
Thrust
rocket.
termination
Oh, that
system
lady's
is armed.
crying.
Whew. T-minus 22 seconds and counting.
Go to internal.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower. Flight. 6,000 feet climbing. Begin throttle down for Q limiting. Engine response looks good.
Why have they got the altitude in feet?
Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Mach 1, vehicle is supersonic. Engine back up to full throttle.
Supersonic, we have passed through max Q, maximum
pressures look
dynamic
good.
pressure. That's when the vehicle, the stresses between the atmosphere
Passing
and the
47,000
speed
feet
are
and
at their
climbing.
maximum. So to punch through that is so important. You see the BE3 engines, it's firing beautifully. You see the stream of steam behind it. Those ladies right now are
1 minute,
having
40
an
seconds into flight.
incredible view on their way to space. Passing through 80,000 feet, 1,300
Passing
miles per
85,000
hour. They're going to peak at about 2,300 miles an hour over Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound. Shortly coming up, we'll have MECO, main engine cutoff. We will turn off the engine, but the two craft, the capsule and the booster, will continue their ascent to space.
Stand by, MECO. And our...
And there you saw the main engine is turned off. We're now going to separate the capsule from the booster, and at that point, Kristen, that's when all 6 astronauts are going to start to feel the weightlessness, and shortly thereafter, we're going to let them unbuckle.
Separation is confirmed.
God, the screaming I thought was like something really bad.
Of this whole ascent. Oprah watching her best friend go to space.
That's her boyfriend.
And the two craft is separated.
Put it up there. Put it up there.
328,000 feet, 100 kilometers. Welcome to space, ladies, or shall I say, astronauts.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon. Look. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my goddess! That's our pink moon. I love you, Stephen! You're in space!
And just in case it wasn't clear, those are the astronauts. Those are their voices that you're hearing.
What if they were like, wait, what's that? Did someone bring an animal on board? What's that? Wait, I can't get out of my spacesuit. Me neither. It's crawling up my body. Ah!
And at this moment, the astronauts have unstrapped from their seats. They are floating. They are weightless. They are experiencing zero-G for the very first time in their lives. And Katy Perry did say that she was going to sing in space. I'm waiting for it.
Waiting for it.
1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
So that is Capcom indicating a 1 minute warning for our astronauts to take in those last views before they get buckled back into their seats.
It's really choppy.
Wow, so peaceful up here.
And you hear
Dragon. Report status. Copy.
Man, this stream sucks. This stream sucks. I think they're just coming right back.
That is screaming back trying to get the capsule to its landing spot just 2 miles north of where it's taken off from. At the top of the rocket, you see a couple of fins that have popped out. Those are to stabilize the rocket as it comes into land. Shortly thereafter, you will see the drag brakes that deploy that will cut the speed of the rocket in half. And then in the last moments,
and there it is. We can see it from the stage.
There comes the rocket down. It's going to relight its engine. We're going to also see
this is
boom.
insane.
We're going to hear that shortly here.
And remember, this is something that had never been done before until just a few years ago. Truly the stuff of science fiction that you're about to watch in just seconds.
Drag
we
brakes.
go.
And booster touchdown, welcome home, New Shepard.
Picture perfect landing right there.
Picture perfect landing.
Right on target.
You see that dust kind of creates this dramatic cloud that reveals the beautiful rocket that has just taken these ladies up to space and back.
And I love the echo across the mountains. Is that what I was hearing there?
That's what
nice
you were
touch.
hearing. You heard the sonic boom, then you heard the engine relight, and all of that reverberates in this big, beautiful valley in West
That is
Texas.
impressive. So now they're just dropping back to Earth.
All right, shortly here we're waiting to see the drogue parachutes deploy from
Yeah,
the
let's
crew
see those
capsule.
drogue
Those are like the
parachutes.
guide parachutes. There we go, the drogue parachutes.
Just free falling right there until those drogues came out.
And then next will be the main parachutes that get pulled out.
Hear that screaming inside the capsule?
And all 3 parachutes reefing, and they will slowly inflate, slowing the capsule to a nice, smooth 10, 15 miles an hour. They are cruising back home.
3 good parachutes.
Thank God Katie's okay.
And I tell you, Kristen, from having gone through all of the simulations, I have gone through all of the training. They put you in the capsule that simulates all of this, including the sounds, and when you hear the motors of the parachutes pop out, that is the best moment in flight.
Because I know Blue Origin does everything they can to make this as safe as possible, and y'all have an impeccable safety record, but it still has to feel really good when you know that you're coming back to Earth with those parachutes fully deployed.
So,
we
the
can
flat
see the
earthers
capsule.
will probably take the fact that they said, oh my God, guys, look at the moon. And they'll be like, now, we've calculated on our flat earth model that there's no way the moon would have been present on this occasion. That's where we're at. And they touch down.
Touchdown. Congratulations and welcome back to Earth. Do status check. Double shot.
Kristen, just some incredible images there. The capsule.
Copy. Welcome back. Feather.
Nice. Let's wait for just a moment here. Make sure they're doing health checks in.
Lousy stream, man.
Beautiful.
Yes, and as you heard it there, everybody seemed to be just as ecstatic to be back here, back on Earth. Everybody appears to be fine. Beautiful shot there of the capsule down in the desert. As we were just saying, it looks like a tough landing,
Right.
but it is an air cushion in the last milliseconds that just makes it even softer.
I think that the issue with any kind of space stuff now, in all honesty, is what's the point in going to the moon? What's the point in going to Mars? Can't do anything with it. And it's going to cost trillions to do. And you've got to justify that to people. And I get it. You know, we have all these noble ideas and shit, but what's the fucking point? Why go?
Orlando Bloom.
Orlando Bloom.
Jump in the car to go. Pretty, and only imagine how these astronauts.
This stream quality
now that
sucks.
we can officially deem them astronauts, are going to feel. I can't wait to get their reaction. We are headed out there now. I will check back in with you as soon as I have them.
Sounds good, Carissa. And as everybody can see, she is those recovery crews are screaming out there. So we actually send them out as soon as we spot the capsule. And there's little Rose, Katie's daughter, descending. There will be at least 2 trucks that go out there. What you'll see is they will come around the capsule. We also have crew member 7 who's in there. She will run out, go around to each window, make sure that each astronaut is fine, and the recovery crews will safe the capsule before we.
If you wanna talk about it, if you want to talk about space and what we should do there, I recommend this book. I'm about halfway through it, and so far, I'll be honest with you, I don't want to send anyone into space ever again in our lifetime. People, stay on Earth. Space is clearly not for us. What we need to do is get robots to go and fucking mine shit. You can't send people out there. It's a silly idea.
Want to send people that are not just professional astronauts into space. What he said was so moving that day.
Into space. This was like a ride at the fucking theme park. A very expensive version of that one where they drop you. Oh, this is a Kardashian. Let's
Not
listen
a
to a
dry eye
Kardashian.
in the stand, I tell you right now. Chloe, I just want to know from your perspective, that moment. What was it like?
I don't think I realized how emotional it was going to be, and I literally had chills all over my body from the second it launched until the moment I just saw it land. And it's sort of hard to explain because I don't think you would be that emotional, but it's incredible. It takes your breath away. And I feel like I have all this adrenaline and I'm just standing here.
Right? It's very true.
Same. It's really, first of all, we're so thrilled that the girls are safe and everything went so well. And so that's a relief because, I'm sure there's a lot of nerves up there, but to hear the girls screaming and having such
they said they saw the pink moon.
Yeah.
I heard the audio. I was like, that is
Yeah.
the coolest thing. I
So
cannot
exciting.
wait to get the footage from inside
And
to
to
see
hear,
that.
I want to hear every little emotion that they had, and we can't wait to see the footage from
Look,
inside.
what are the chances? The pink moon, the rocket launch. It's so exciting.
It's a great day. It's been a pretty phenomenal day.
Pink moon?
So when are you guys going up is the real question.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. But this made it a little more enticing. Never.
Right.
That's
You
what
can
I
go-
think
you
Ja
can go
Rule
on
we need to
behalf
hear.
of the rest of us, but
thank you.
I think we'd all drag you off of the tarmac.
Well, I'm sure you'll see a ton of this in the next few days. Salvador, I think the thing is, if you look at publicly funded things that NASA does, this is our money directly. Right? We watch the SpaceX and all that kind of stuff because they're actually doing some quite cool stuff. But to say that the public tunes in, there were 45,000 people watching that stream on YouTube. That's nothing. It's just daft, mate. Like, compare that to the moon landing, which was obviously a huge thing. I just think for the longest time, like, genuinely, what are we doing up there when we go up? What are we doing? Some experiments with some fucking wasps in space or some shit. It's like, there's no first. There's nothing amazing. It's just like, we're up here to study the effects on ant colonies of 40 days in space. It's like, ooh, wow, ooh. I don't think it's the problem with NASA either, brother. I think the problem is, what the fuck are we going there for? Like, what's the point? It's not enough. It's not enough. I'm sorry. People don't care. Got enough problems down here, and we're meant to be excited about a rocket to take some lads into space, just like those other bunch of lads that were in space. And yeah, I get it. We can see them above in the space station, and we can see them orbiting, and it's like, oh, they're in space. Look at me float about. So yep, we've seen that for like 60 years. What else have you got? James Webb Space Telescope, very exciting. Because that's like his new shit that we've never seen, and cool stuff. But if there was a new fucking telescope going up every other year and it was pretty much the same, you'd think, what's the point? And as many people that are watching this saying that, oh, Katy Perry went into space, who really gives a shit? It's just news. As many people that say it's cool will say, what a fucking lame publicity stunt. Jeff Bezos is just sending celebrities into space. Why doesn't he send himself into space and not come back? I don't understand what your point is, in all honesty, and I don't care. Let's move on. This is just getting silly. Damn, this channel does amazingly well. A true story. Home of some of the most inspirational documentaries on YouTube. Cut to fucking Pound Shop Wars. What's this, Dr. Nick?
We're just about to get our first...
Oh, yawn. I love The Simpsons, but come on, that fucking clip is overplayed so much. Fired. We are getting fired.
Age gap relationships are...
I don't want to watch the age gap relationships. What is this? This is a North Korean propaganda movie.
North Korea is one of the most isolationist, authoritarian countries in the world. The government there is one of the world's least tolerant organizations when it comes to criticism of its brutal regime, ranking of course just behind Disney. So it shouldn't be a surprise when every single movie in this country turns out to be communist propaganda. And I'm not talking in the, every movie these days has some kind of political agenda behind it, but the proper, it is a crime if your movie is not patriotic enough. So I've seen a few of these movies, and so far, my favorite is Order Number 27. So welcome viewer, and if you're a subscriber, welcome back. So, order number 27 then. As far as I can tell, this movie came out in 1986, which makes it the same age as the original Top Gun. According to Wikipedia, Kim Jong-un makes an appearance in this movie, which is an awesome troll by some editor out there whom we'll never know, but Kim would have only been 2 years old at the time. So obviously this movie is going to depict Americans as exceptionally evil and corrupt, in accordance with propaganda guidelines. So to really appreciate the propaganda elements of this movie, you have to understand why the North Koreans have such a strong animosity for everything American. So in case you don't know, here's the incredibly abridged 30-second version of North Korea's recent history. In 1910, the Japanese occupied Korea and ruled it as a colony of the Japanese Empire. But of course, the Japanese would later be defeated in the Second World War, and the Soviet Union and the Americans, who helped defeat them, agreed that when the Japanese were gone, they would divide the territory of Korea at the 38th parallel. In 1945, uranium got split over Hiroshima, plutonium got split over Nagasaki, and the Korean peninsula was split in half. The South Korean government was supported by Americans following a capitalist ideology, and the North Korean government was supported by Soviets under a communist ideology.
Well, is it just me? Or was that, not that long ago, America and Russia boshing down some lines on a map? That's very, that's our thing. Also, why did they have to draw a line in two? Why not just say you're free? Because the Russians knew that if you did that, they wouldn't fucking become communists.
Thank you. Titan has freed us. Oh, I wouldn't say free. More like under new management.
However, there was immediate disagreement over the solution, and the governments of each half both believed that they should be in charge of the whole thing. And North Korea invades. They almost win this war, but then they don't. The war ends 3 years later, sort of. But what's important is that the United States participated heavily in this war by fighting alongside and supplying South Korea as part of their communism bad program.
This is not okay. This needs to stop now.
Because of this interference, North Korea blamed the United States for causing the division between the two Koreas, and they're still bitter about it to this very day. Like any film produced in North Korea, Order Number 27 is a propaganda-heavy film that emphasizes duty and loyalty to the state. Also, I'm going to give one more bit of info before we start. I don't speak Korean, and I'm relying entirely on these English subtitles, so I'm probably going to misunderstand something or mispronounce the names, and you're just going to have to make your peace with that.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
We're only just at the production logo, and I'm already hooked.
Cosmic
Looks like an
just
angry disco
resolved for
ball. It's trying to escape my
89
monitor.
months.
We discovered that there's an active war. So we open with a training montage of North Korean troops.
Cheers, Hoss.
A training montage that apparently includes a heavy emphasis on jumping over cars for some reason. We cut to soldiers talking with each other in a forest. We discovered that there's an active war going on, and North Korea has been invaded by an enemy, and these troops are itching for their chance to defend the fatherland.
그자 말이하는 거죠. 다른 조에서는 정심 정찰을 떠난다. 특수 퍼진지를 까고 온다 하는데. 우리 전 밤낮 훈련만 시키니.
From all the blogs and reviews I read online before watching this film, I assumed that the enemy would just be South Koreans, which makes sense given that the number of Caucasian people fluent in English willing to participate in a North Korean propaganda film is basically going to be zero. So it'd just be way easier to make the enemy South Koreans, right? Everyone seems to think that that's the case from what I've read online. Well, no, the identification papers from one of the main antagonists of this movie expressly says that he belongs to the U.S. Army Corps No. 8. And we discovered that the Big Bad Dragon Squad is explicitly an American unit, and all the bad guys' army equipment is painted with the 5-pointed white star of the American Army. Also, nearly all of the uniforms of the bad guys in this movie have this insignia on it,
They've got
which it turns out is the shoulder patch of the 8th Army, an American Army unit that served in Korea during the Korean War. The same patch that appears on many American soldiers in the North Korean Museum of American War Atrocities. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that these bad guys are explicitly meant to be soldiers from the US of A, but they were just so unconvincing that most of the people who watched this movie assumed they were supposed to be South Koreans.
급소 타격을 받은 걸 봐서는 틀림없이 잘 훈련된 공산군입니다.
So here's the main characters. We got Captain, He's the leader of the squad, and I watched this movie like 5 times to make this video, and I didn't pick up his name once because everyone just refers to him as the captain at all times. But in my notes, I call him Captain Communism, so that's just what we're gonna go with. We also got Kiladam, who is passionate about music, joyful and dutiful to his great nation, and loves his country like every other person in this squad.
There's a really scary book called Nuclear War that came out either last year or the year before about what would happen if North Korea got a nuke and, as is their stated aim, launched it at the United States. Wouldn't even need to be a big one. It's pretty believable and pretty scary, especially because they've built these huge shelters in mountains and stuff for all the higher party officials and everything. They've got like a huge amount of infrastructure to survive after a nuclear war if you're, you know, one of the top dogs. So I think the thing is, it's one thing to say that they've got a nuke, which they probably do, but they then have to get it all the way across the Pacific to hit, or whichever way they go, maybe they go over the North Pole, to hit America. And I think that's the tricky part, is that you need a proper ICBM to do that. And if you only have one, it's kind of conceivable that it just gets shot down. So that is the issue. But either way, let's say that they did get it cracked and they fired this thing and it hit, like, a conceivable target on the west coast would be a nuclear power plant, and hits that, goes boom, disaster. Yeah, strands. I did, yeah. Wait, Threads, isn't it? Fucking sick of missing penalties. We miss so many penalties. hello. Make in Japan. I'm going to be in your country later this year, hopefully. I'm looking forward to it. My wife is there already for work. She's been there for 2 weeks. She said that the 7-Eleven is amazing. And I said, isn't it just a 7-Eleven, like a convenience store? She was like, no, it's so much better. I don't know what that word is, Stannis. Luiche? Luiche. Luiche. Well, she was like, I'm just going to pop over to the 7-Eleven and get some, I don't know, insert various Japanese food titles here, some beer, and something like some hot noodles, something else. I couldn't remember what it was. Oh, Truny. Weird culture. I don't know what that means. I think they're meant to be really good. Well, the board, get this, right? We finished second last season. And the board are like fucking livid. Absolutely livid. I mean, I wouldn't bring anything nice to the United States like 7-Eleven or convenience stores that are actually pleasant, because the people that shop in America seem to be terrible. All the shops I've been to in America, there were at least 3 crazy people in the store at all time.
In August 2000, the swagger of Britpop had diminished somewhat from the dizzying heights of the 90s, and the American alternative scene was on the rise in the UK. New punk bands like Blink-182 and new metal bands like Limp Bizkit and Slipknot were heading up the latest musical movement. And just a glance at the lineup for one of the biggest rock festivals in the country that year, Reading and Leeds, kind of says it all. The Stereophonics, Pulp and Oasis are still headlining, but look at who is just below them on the bill. Foo Fighters and Limp Bizkit appear, as do Deftones and Idlewild. But the heaviest lineup was this one. And you might notice something a little bit incongruous about the list of bands performing on the main stage here. At the bottom is an act that most UK indie lads, metalheads and moshers might not have been all that familiar with, called Daphne and Celeste. At this time, the Reading and Leeds festivals really could just border on anarchy, Leeds in particular. Today's story, in fact, takes place in that same era when one of the Leeds festivals was about to get permanently shut down and moved, with armed police and helicopters coming in because everyone was burning and rioting, literally for no reason whatsoever. Daphne and Celeste, by contrast, were a saccharine American teenage girl pop duo who sang and danced to backing tracks, with music aimed primarily at preteen girls. They were an American band, but only really focused on the UK, having had a few small hits, the best known being Ooh Stick You, which got to number 8 in the UK in '99, and UGLY, which hit number 18 in 2000. They were not good, even by the dismal standards of preteen pop. And despite where they're listed on the poster, they weren't just on the main stage really, really early on as some kind of almost DJ set warm-up. They were on right before Blink-182. As the Quietus put it, booking Daphne and Celeste as a warm-up for Slipknot and Rage Against the Machine is a bit like screening Care Bears 2 at the beginning of WrestleMania. Now, many people have looked at their booking at Reading and Leeds that year as the ridiculous but hilarious move of some daft bugger of a manager, but it actually wasn't. It was down to them. They apparently used the press to kind of trick their way into a slot because they wanted to meet Eminem. It's written in pop history. The duo lied their way into getting a slot, all because Celeste wanted to meet Eminem, who later dropped out of performing. Apparently, as was fairly typical, they'd just been saying outrageous stuff in the press to get people talking about them. And it seems that they had been telling reporters all that year that they were going to be playing at Reading even though they hadn't been booked. But the story, probably because it was so ridiculous, got so much traction that petitions were actually started to get them on the bill. And by June the 15th of that year, they were successful. And just to give you some idea of how little crossover there was between Daphne and Celeste's world and Reading and Leeds, they'd been on tour supporting Steps that year. However, they clearly did know exactly what they were getting themselves into. When asked by a fan website what they were expecting at Reading, Daphne responded, "Part of me thinks we need to wear bulletproof vests and helmets. It will definitely be an experience." So, in the run-up to Reading and Leeds, because everyone, including them, knew that this was just some mad bit of drama, this was just a loony publicity stunt, the festival organisers put them, therefore, right in the middle of the heaviest lineup of the whole festival. They were scheduled literally right before Blink-182, Rage Against the Machine and Slipknot. Because all of this had been played out and amped up in the press, people knew the score, they knew what was coming, so they brought loads and loads of food and other throwable items to the set. Daphne and Celeste's first festival performance, however, wasn't at Reading, it was at Leeds. The boisterous US pop duo got their first bottling at Leeds Festival. Their surprise booking did hold out the intriguing prospect of a meeting with Brian Molko, who they had delighted in mocking in the music press. Daphne and Celeste did manage to complete their 3-song set at Leeds, despite the bottling. Reading was a different story altogether, however. They came on stage wearing t-shirts with 2 different messages. Celeste came on wearing a t-shirt that said, "Who the fuck is Eminem?" Obviously a reference to all the talk about him that had been in the press. But Daphne came on wearing a different t-shirt that said, "I love Brian." This was a reference to Brian Molko from Placebo, who was also on the bill at the festival, whom they had, for no reason other than just trying to generate press, previously described as ugly in the realm of the beast. At Reading, they were meant to play their 3-song set right before Blink-182, but as many people already know, that set did not go down very well.
Oh, I can't wait to see this. I think I remember this from the time. I remember their songs. I remember Ooh, Stick You. They were dreadful. I've got a question for you young people out there, right? How come line bikes work? Oh, come on. Eminem wasn't anywhere near as bad as Kanye. Come on. How come the line bikes work when you haven't unlocked them and instead just call out for help? You go like, peep, 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 peep. What am I meant to do? Am I allowed to just knock them off? This is for Line! Get off him! Can't you hear him crying like they're part of the throng? What a great goal, man. what I don't understand is why doesn't Lime just not allow you to fucking cycle the bikes before they're unlocked? I guess? Line bike bleeping.
Okay, and I'm sure she was speaking in tongues underneath her breath, as she does.
Us. Katie. No, you're not the crier of the group.
Killer of the group.
No, you are not.
I'm crier.
I'm going to tell you something right now. You are officially an astronaut.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel?
I feel super connected to love. So connected to love. I think this experience has shown...
Super connected to love. How do you feel? Super connected to love. That's a sentence.
You never know how much love is inside of you, like how much love you have to give, and how loved you are until the day you launch.
We had these incredible shots of Daisy watching you as the rocket. It'll make me cry. As the rocket's going up, and she was so proud. Just kept saying, "Mommy, mommy," and I know you'll feel the same way when you watch it. And you brought a real life Daisy up.
That's
it was
right.
important for you, not only because it's this experience great for you.
Fuck off. They don't give a shit. I mean, they sent a bunch of dolly birds into space and had a bunch of dolly birds talking about it. There was no feminism in view. calling Katy Perry an astronaut. She went up. She thought they'd gone to the planet Love. There's nothing feminist about what happened there. Half the crap they were talking about before they went out there was what outfit she was going to wear. Come on. Talk about stereotypes.
They're not 15. There's one person that likes us. Or maybe they're just being sarcastic and they're going to kill us.
You know what? Fair play to these girls, man.
Here's how the BBC reported what happened. Forget Rage Against the Machine, Slipknot and Oasis. When it comes to working the Reading Festival crowd up into a frenzy, Daphne and Celeste take the biscuit. And the rotten tomatoes, eggs, bottles of water and worse. Even Tom Jones's surprise guest appearance with the Stereophonics for Sunday night's climax couldn't match them for audience reaction. The American teenage duo's appearance on stage was greeted with a hail of missiles and abuse from the crowd, the likes of which has probably not been seen at Reading since Meatloaf was bottled off in 1988. They were only scheduled to sing to their backing tape for 15 minutes, but their performance will be infamous for years to come. On the bits of video footage we do have, you can hear the crowd chanting off, off, off so loud that it's literally competing with the festival PA system. Here's how The Guardian reported it. Reading Festival 2000, and on the main stage one of the most punk rock performances in living memory is taking place. But it's not Rage Against the Machine or Slipknot, or any of the other supposedly punk acts on the bill. It's the pop duo Daphne and Celeste, two teenage girls who have gatecrashed the festival bill in order to sing chipmunk pop songs called Ooh Stick You and UGLY to a field of disgruntled metalheads. Faced with a barrage of bottles of urine and various other hurled items, shoes, clothing and even a bag of meat, the girls don't just refuse to leave the stage, but positively revel in the madness. The volume and size of objects coming their way only grew. Flares, camping chairs, a bag of meat and even a wheelchair were just some of the things recorded as having gone airborne during their mercifully short set. Daphne and Celeste ended up abandoning their set after just 2 songs because the crowd were turning violent. Just listen to the roar of rage, booing and yelling when they finish UGLY. After having blagged, lied and tricked their way onto the bill in the first place, I've no idea what they were expecting, but apparently they and some of their family who'd come to watch came off stage pretty upset. I've got messages from people saying it was the most fun they'd ever had at a festival, Celeste said. After a bit of discussion, the duo agree there was something beautiful about the way so many people came together, united in their hatred of the band. Although maybe we'd feel differently if we got hit, laughs Celeste. Your mum did get hit, Daphne reminds her. Oh yeah, because of course we invited our families along, not thinking at all how it would be for them. When we came off, my sister was crying. It wasn't just bottles the girls were dodging. As Daphne points out, at Reading someone threw a wheelchair at them. It took like 3 people to get it up there, says Celeste. Someone lost their mobility because they hated us so much.
God.
Slipknot frontman Corey Taylor was actually in the audience with some mates at the time. And he said this about it in Ed Gamble and James Acaster's excellent podcast. The link is in the description if you'd like to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's fucked up about Leeds and Reading at that time was I was out in the audience when it started getting bottled. You remember that?
Oh, yes.
What was it?
Daphne and Celeste.
Daphne and Celeste. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. I was out there, I was hanging out with some friends of mine, and then, dude, it was like the fucking seas opened, and it just like came out of nowhere. I was like, oh shit. And then I went backstage, and dude, they were bawling. They were bawling their eyes out. And I was like, hey, you did something that a lot of people wouldn't have done. You stayed in there, so hold your head high. And
I was 15 at the time and in the audience, and fully believed at the time they deserved the bottling. Now as an adult, I do not. But
well, if
you had told me as a 15-year-old, you know who's consoling them backstage right now? Corey Taylor. I'd be like, what
the fuck?
Apparently, in fact, all three of the much heavier bands that were on right after them gathered round them and told them they were absolutely badass for persevering. After getting themselves together,
it is nuts that they went out there for that. Like, fair play. Cheeky to get to cheat your way on there. That is cheeky. But there's no doubt in the fact that they fucking did it. You know what I'm saying? They fucking went out there and they bloody did it. That is impressive. I wonder what the reaction would have been if Slipknot had done an encore track where they sang UGLY with Daphne and Celeste. What would their fan base have done? Would they turn on them, or would they just be too confused to even think? I don't think the crowd would flip. They might get very cross. What's baby metal? Port Vale are the only team currently in the English Football League to have beaten every other team in the English Football League. When you say the English Football League, are we including the Premier League here as well? Like the whole thing? Where'd you get that?
It was good. I had a smile on my face the whole time. I thought it was so good.
That was a good effort. I did see the big grins despite the stuff being chucked. I mean, what's it all about?
It was cool that they were throwing stuff.
It was pretty exciting, actually. I mean, to have people actually like hate you so much that they throw things at you repeatedly.
You've had a good time at the festival.
Yeah,
You're gonna come back.
All in all, it's cool. If Eminem comes next year, my ass is here again.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, I mean, it was a cool experience, you know. Maybe we'll become a regular here at the Reading Festival.
Well,
so they had a 1999 to 2002, and then they had a 13-year hiatus, and now they're back 2015 to present. In a Where Are They Now interview with Q Magazine, Karen de Concetto, that's her on the right, stated that the whole project was 100% manufactured. Oh, so they weren't even called Daphne and Celeste. In the same interview, Celeste Cruz said she'd worked in theatre. The duo were planning to break into TV. Unlike Di Concetto, she considered the Reading Festival pretty much the end for her, the end of the party. The whole project was 100% manufactured. The girls auditioned for it in New York in 1998. I just talked about shoes for an hour. She considered the Reading Festival to be the highlight and mentioned her work in theatre after, specifically a play called Touretteville. In 2011, English music producer Max Tundra contacted Daphne and Celeste through social media to offer his production to make a comeback. They had a second reunion and released a single titled You and I Alone, produced by Max Tundra. The song is the first single from the album Daphne and Celeste Save the World. February 2018, Daphne and Celeste announced a comeback album with the launch of another song, BB, produced by Max Tundra. Wow. So they are sort of still knocking about.
Enjoy the rest of the festival, have a wander around, and we'll maybe see you here again. Okay. Alright, cheers. Bye.
And so ended what I consider one of the funniest gigs in UK history. But am I being a bastard here? Was this genuinely hilarious, or was it a callous, cold-hearted, mindless act of bullying? I don't think so. Daphne and Celeste knew exactly what they were getting themselves in for, as shown by their comments in the run-up to the festival. They, no doubt with the involvement of their management, engineered this through the press. They did it on purpose. But here's the thing. Had they not played Reading and Leeds, Daphne and Celeste would have been just another unremarkable pop duo that faded away into obscurity after one or two minor hits. As it actually happened, however, the most unlikely act imaginable has somehow found its way into the annals of true rock and roll legend, and it's entirely because of this gig. But here's the real kicker for me. Daphne, and possibly both of them, look back and view this, apparently, as the high point of their careers, saying, backstage, Slipknot and Rage Against the Machine were coming up to us and telling us how hardcore we were, how they wouldn't have stayed out there. It was definitely the best thing we did, our crowning achievement. And she's right, it was. The gig was so demented and hilarious that here we are, still talking about it, 25 years later. Brutal though it was nonetheless, in my opinion, a genius move by everyone involved, including the two lasses themselves. It may have been brief, and Christ it was messy, but Daphne and Celeste had just written their names into Reading Festival lore forever. Sadly, the full footage of that gig has not yet been made available on YouTube that I could find, but it's definitely out there somewhere. It was filmed and recorded properly in its entirety, so if you have that footage, get it remastered and get it online. Of course, if you can do so legally, because I want to watch the whole gig and I want to see that wheelchair being thrown on stage. And because that short 10-minute gig remains, in my opinion, the single funniest two-song gig in the entirety of British rock and roll history. A massive thank you to my
Well said, James, mate.
I'm always...
Shut this lattice up. Some people were horrified the other day at the fact that I subscribed to so many channels. And I do it not because I check in on those subscribed channels, but because when you open up YouTube, it'll recommend you shit that you're subscribed to. So I don't need to go and check each one. It'll just filter through, and I watch a lot of YouTube. Anyway, that's 4 hours. I'm tired. I will see you guys tonight. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night.